Well, hello there. I've been sitting here trying to figure out how to get it so I can hear music and y'all can hear the same music, but it's not coming off of the speakers on my desk and through the microphone with the fan noise. And I'm struggling with it. I'm probably gonna end up just using OBS as a music player, which seems horrifying and terrible, or doing some sort of thing where I like get another like an external audio interface and mix it in that way or something like that. I'm not really sure. But we will see, and at some point maybe that will change. And I am not building a pancake today. I'm in fact building a Choc Corne V3 from board source. Oh, okay. So, yes, today, this is going to be a long stream because this is a very involved build. There's LEDs and all sorts of stuff. But today I'm building a Choc Corne. Oh, no, it's just while, Lorenzo, sorry, while I was waiting for the stream, or while I had the stream starting soon up, I was trying to figure out some audio stuff. Because I want to be able to have music in the background so that when I'm not talking, it's not just dead air or worse, fan noise. And I'm not quite sure how to do that. So I'm playing around. I was playing around with it. I should just do it off stream someday. Play around with it, but whatever. Anyways, so today I'm building a Choc Corne. This is a V3 Choc Corne. I think it's currently exclusively from board source. I'm not really sure if they've open sourced it or whatever. I don't know. I just know that mine I bought from board source. It is like the V3 MX Choc or Corne rather. It is a non-reversible PCB. It's hot swap. It has the SK6812 Mini E's, which is very interesting to me because the SK6812s suck, and that's what comes on the V2 chocks, or V2 corns. But the V3s have the Mini E's. One thing that I find a little bit strange is it doesn't have breakaway fifth or sixth columns like the other ones. Maybe for case compatibility. I don't really know why. This didn't matter to me until very recently. I've since switched to a 34 key keyboard and I'm kind of enjoying it. So there's part of me that wants to have my 5-column Choc, but or 5-column corn. I always mix up corn and Choc. I don't know why. But yeah, there are if it's anything like the MX corn that I built, there are 300 surface mount pads. There's 2 for each diode, 4 for each LED, and there's 56 LEDs total and 42 diodes. So do the math, that's 300. It's a lot of surface mount pads. But fortunately, at least for the LEDs, I have my trusty solder paste, which I will be using because solder paste makes those LEDs go much, much quicker. I'm going to mess around with focus for a second, sorry. Okay. Perfect. So yeah. Then also, so for the rest of the build, I'm also using purpz, Choc purpz, which are currently a board source exclusive, I think. And these are the kitchen modded clicky variety of purpz. That's actually one of the primary motivations for building this board today. Is I want to test out the clicky purpz with the purpz weight springs. before I get my my corne-ish Zen, because I want to put I want these switches in the Zen, but I don't know if I want Robin weight or if I want perp weight. And you know, people keep saying it's all about light switches or whatever, and I'm trying. So I'm hoping that the added weight just from the click bar will be enough to make it so I don't hate them. I'm going to give it a 50-50 chance. I'm probably not going to rip them out today and remod them. Like, I tried G-Chocks and they lasted less than a day. I also have, I'll get to your questions in a minute, Lorenzo. I also have these keycaps, which they popped up on the low profile keyboard server a while back. They are 3D printed in nylon. They're Choc caps. I think they're even Choc spaced, but that doesn't matter for this build because this is not Choc spaced. But they have this interesting texture, which I'm curious about. They're really lightweight, which I'm a little nervous about. Yeah, I bought these a while ago and just haven't had a chance to put them on a board yet. But these are, you know, this is the appropriate amount for a Choc. There's another side of these. There's two halves of this. So we'll see how those work. I've been wanting to put those on a board for a while, so that'll be fun. And then, since the idea behind this board also is I wanted a fully featured corne with, I wanted a fully featured, corne, with Choc switches like I have with my MX corne. So it's got LEDs, it's got oleds, it's wired, it's all that fun stuff. So I also got a case for it. It's just a plate case, just like my MX corne. But this one is in blue. And I thought I had gotten blue PCBs, but I think that was a different board that I got all matching PCB colors and stuff like that. Jerry, yes, I will do that later, maybe? Or maybe I'll make a short video of it at some point. Yeah, I'll make a short video of it later, and yeah, if you could send me a Discord message to remind me, and then also I will link you back to it. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm gonna stop talking about what I'm building and start building so I can answer questions. First of all, Lorenzo, have I looked at the Twitch stuff? I'm not quite sure what Twitch stuff you're talking about. But if you're talking about the thing where you can have like two different audio streams, one that gets saved and one that gets streamed, I don't think that helps my situation, because for me it's more about how do I mix that on my end, right? So how do I even get, like right now I'm listening to a chill hop stream, or not even chill hop, but whatever, some lo-fi hip hop stream on YouTube, and I have it coming through my AirPods, right? I could have it come through my desk and then pick up by the mic, but then it's not stereo. It's picked up by a not great mic in a terrible audio room. I mean, I'm in a basement, for crying out loud. And there's a exhaust fan like 6 inches away from my microphone that would get really loud. So the noise floor is just bad. Oh yeah, sorry. I looked into it. There is a Twitch Turbo, which is $9 a month, and you get no ads. It's a personal thing, so no ads anywhere on Twitch. I'm thinking about doing that, and there is part of me that is thinking about moving to Twitch from YouTube. One of the big things that's stopping me from immediately doing it is uploading video content versus streaming content. I like that YouTube kind of mixes those things, because I want to do more video content as well, not just streaming, stuff like that. So Yeah, that I can add a source. I'm not really sure how exactly to do it. That's what I was trying to play around with. Do I add it as a window source? Do I add it as a audio source? Because it's all on the same computer. Like I don't have a separate audio interface. I'm just using a USB microphone and a Mac Mini to stream everything. So I don't know. I just need to play around with it more. Uh, let's see. Which 34 board? Right now I'm using the Zaphod. I got a like a tester sample thing, whatever you want to call it. Pre-group by, hey, can you, a beta test board. And it's awesome. I love it. It's the hard angle on the fingers, the little LED or LCD, not LCD display is great, like all sorts of stuff. It's awesome. Yes, I'm putting LEDs. How have I modded them? I swapped out a click bar out of a Robin into the perp, and I'll make a video for how to do that later. It's pretty easy. Just a quick TLDR of the video. What I do to mod any Choc switch is I have a 1mm flathead bit in my screwdriver. You pop it right in the side next to the switch, next to the stem there, and then just kind of pop it open. Spin it around, pop it the rest of the way off. The second part is kind of harder, and then the switch is apart. And then you can see the click bar. Can't see the click bar. It's hard to see, but there's the click bar right there. So I put the click bar in, put it all back together. Oh, come on. There you go. And now, clicky perp. And the reason you can do that on purpz is because purpz use everything about a perp is a clicky except for the click bar. So the stem has the little nub on the back for the clicky. The bottom part of the case or housing has the click bar thing. It's all ready to go. There are, I think most Choc switches nowadays, at least the linear ones, are that way, are made that way. But like, I don't think the black is, for example. I don't think, yeah, the black is not doesn't have a, well, maybe it does. I can't tell. Oh, no, because the black has a rattle bar. So, anyways, I'm caffeinated, and I was doing something. I'm building a keyboard. Sorry, I'm just doing a million things at once right now. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to get started on this build. I've got the iron hot. I've got the fan going. Let me get some of this crap out of the way over here. I've got a PCB. And let me grab some diodes. So Board Source is a big fan of these little round ones. And they're okay. They're not wonderful. I'm not the biggest fan. But they are okay. They will do. I don't use paste for diodes because they go on actually faster without it. But But for LEDs, or for these LEDs, I use paste because it's easier. Let's see. Anywho, I'm excited. How's everyone's days going so far? It's going to be 4 days in a row of streaming. That's unheard of for me. Jerry, it's funny you should mention that. So I bought 1,000 of each of the round ones and I thought the SOD 123s and also just regular through-hole diodes. But I got smaller versions even of of this one. I think that's the SOD 123. I got smaller versions of that by accident. They work. They're a little harder to work with because they're so much smaller and you have less room on the pads to, because there's a gap between the pads. There's just less room to work with. Yeah, they are tiny, very hard to see. But fortunately, to solve that problem, I have my microscope, which will get used today. Hopefully it won't destroy everything. So I need to find a better solution than this, but some tape wrapped around a lid to dispense diodes onto so they don't go rolling away works pretty well. It's not great, but it's decent. Okay. Let's get the first diode going here. Get my solder wire out of the way. Thanks. This is the first time I've ever gotten my fingernails done, painted. I've gotten manicures before, but never with paint, never with color. And my friend who I was getting mani-pedis with was getting this green on her toenails, and I got a really awesome purple on my toenails that hopefully will match my Zen, which is why I got it. But I didn't want to put it on my fingers just yet. But then I saw her green, and I was like, all right, I think I could do that on my fingers. So I did, and I actually kind of like it. And like literally on my way home from getting nails did, I stopped at a drive-through place here called Super Deluxe burger joint, and the cashier said or complimented my nails. I was like, well, that's all right. Yeah, Dowd, it's a lot of practice. Basically, what I'm doing right now is I don't even care about if the diode is properly on the keyboard, other than it's not going to move around when I move the board. What I'll do is I'll go through, I'll do the other side. Actually, hang on, this one's annoying. I'll do the other side of the diode, get that on there really good, and then redo the main side. And by redo, I mean just heat it up and add a little solder. Basically, all I'm doing right now is effectively a tack weld. I'm just throwing it on here real quick so that it sticks. But yeah, lots of practice. I've done thousands and thousands of diodes at this point. I did pre-tin the one pad, yes. So what I do is I go through and I pre-tin one pad on each diode. Then I pick up the diode, and this is really the hardest part, is holding on to the damn diode with your tweezers. Pick up the diode, drop it on there so it's flat, then grab it again, put my iron on the tinned pad until it melts, and then just slide the diode in there and lift the iron off, and now it's on there pretty good. Oh, there's always room for improvement, even if you've done 50,000. But yeah, don't expect to be, perfect. Oh my god, I can rip through diodes like it's nobody's business on your first attempt. Like, no. You should see some of the messes I've made out of keyboards. And I look forward to the messes I will make out of keyboards in the future. Because it will happen again, for sure. It may even happen today. Hope it won't happen today, but it may happen today. Okay. That just doesn't seem like enough. 3, 5, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Okay, I guess there are. Yeah, although I feel like, at least for diodes, I almost prefer surface mount at this point because they go so quick when you get a flow. So now all the diodes are tacked on one side. I go do the other side, And for this side, what I do is I put the tip of my iron, which has a little bend in it by accident because I accidentally hit it. Well, you can't see. I hit it into my my fume extractor fan, and the blade like kinked it a little bit. So it's almost like it's a flat tip, or not a flat tip, but like a hook tip or whatever you want to call it. But I stick that directly on the pad, put the solder next to it, and then just try to flow it on to the diode. It's really hard to see at this zoom level. Sorry, but I do plan to at some point make a like a how-to video for this sort of stuff. See, I never thought about getting tweezers that normally close. That's a great idea. I've got locking tweezers, but those are kind of a pain in the ass the more I try to use them. I use them for about two things, and mostly that's because they have serrated jaws. But I don't even use the locking part of them, really. In my opinion, one of the hardest parts about surface mount diodes is not forgetting to solder them. Because with through hole diodes, you solder them all because you clip the legs afterward. So if you clip the legs, you soldered it, right? But if you didn't, you'll notice it when you go to clip the legs. But these, you just solder them. Oh, and I forgot to try to switch my iron to Celsius. See you, Jerry. Thank you, Destructificial. Uh, is it Chan? C-I-A-N? From here, it looks like Clan, which isn't right, but I looked closer. Chan. Uh, I have just a cheapy Kato fume extractor. I don't know how effective it is in terms of like I'm, not actually breathing in terrible things, but it keeps smoke away from my face. So that's probably better than nothing. And it's kind of loud, but it's just white noise. And right now I have my AirPods in, so noise canceling headphones. And the noise cancellation on the on OBS works pretty well to get rid of fan noise. Because the microphone is only about 8 inches above the fan. Cayenne, okay. Or Kian. Sorry. I want to make sure I pronounce it correctly, is why I'm asking. Oh, yes, that's right, Leah. Hi, Leah. Welcome. Kian. Okay, cool. That also goes for anybody. If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, let me know. The last thing I want to do is pronounce your name wrong. As someone with a funny name, I am sensitive about name things, so. To the point where I actually accidentally made fun of a coworker's name one time, not realizing it was a coworker's name, and I was mortified. My manager's like, yeah, let's not make fun of people's names like that. I'm like, oh shit, that's an actual, oh my god, I'm sorry. And then I messaged them, and they were like, all right, I gotta hear it. What did you say now? And they laughed. They thought it was hilarious. Which it was, but at the same time, it's like, I didn't mean to. I did get my Zaphod Proto working. The problem was not anything with anything. It was with the build. So the way the config repo that I got from Pete works is a little different than your normal standard ZMK config repo. So it wasn't using my key map that I had put in there. It was just using the default. So it was building the firmware and all that stuff, and everything was good, and it was flashing it and doing all that stuff. But the key map wasn't ever changing. Like the firmware, everything was fine. It was literally just the build. But we found a sharp edge. So yeah, kitchen isn't too hard to say, but you would be really surprised at how many people can't spell it. Or at least say, how do you spell that? When I say what my last name is. It's like they can't believe that my name is Kitchen. And so they're like, How do you spell that? Because they misheard me or, you know, whatever. And I'm like, just like in the house. Or depending, sometimes I just spell it. I don't know. It's fine. I have embraced my name. It took a long time though. A lot of many painful years. And really, it wasn't so much that I embraced my name as that I moved to a new school and people just started calling me Kitchen. And I was like, you know, I don't hate this because they weren't doing it in a mean way or anything. That was just what my name was Kitchen. Yep. Real name is Jeremy Kitchen. Okay. I'm out of diodes. Let me grab some. I need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. Now the real question is, can I actually get 6 out of this reel without undoing the whole damn thing and then just having a mess of diodes everywhere? Oh, come on. It's there, almost. Because the second this reel pops out, it's going to go straight, and I'm going to have 20 feet of diodes. Just a little insurance. By the way, that reel of diodes, there's 1,000 of them in there. And that reel cost me $5? Something like that. And what did I just do with those diodes? I literally just had... my brain today, I swear. See you, Kian. Thanks for stopping by. Well, I found one diode. Seriously, I just had... Okay. I'm gonna find them and I'm gonna laugh when I find them. Oh, no, 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 no. Haha, see, I'm not crazy. They were stuck to this. Yeah, just get a reel. That's why I got it. I got a reel of those. I got a reel of the black ones, but like I said, these are the super tiny ones you can't see. And I got a big thing of through holes. That whole order with shipping was like $20 from China. What do you mean they don't come in the same packaging as resistors and capacitors? Uh, that's the same thing you get resistors in, surface mount. Obnoxious they are to bend right, you say. Someone commented on my video or stream from yesterday of something like, I will never love anything as much as Kitchen loves his diode leg bender. And it's true. Diode leg bender is the best. Also, I'm not a big fan of switches or of diodes on top of the board, especially if they're meant to go inside the Choc housing, because I think it's too limiting. Like if you're trying to make switches that you could run on a Choc board or something like that. I mean, not that anybody does, um, but also because where would you put your RGB? I'm telling you, Linux fish, get yourself a diode leg bender. Solves the problem of through holes. But see, I think some MX switches have a little bit different, or rather, there's variation on MX switches, um, where the LED hole is on some of them, such that it would be hard. Like, I've got some. I don't know. I was gonna pull out some switches and show what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure which ones I would need to get. Where do I have some switches? So, like, if you look at... So, okay, here's a great example. This one, the Cherry MX Red, doesn't have a place for you to hide a surface mount diode. You can do LED with it, because it's got holes right here to put an LED through, and it'll sit right on top of the switch here. But it's flat on the bottom other than the two little holes there, so you can't put surface mount diodes on top. That's what I'm talking about, like switch compatibility issues. I mean, there really is only one Choc switch manufacturer, but if we ever get someone who, makes other Choc switches or Choc footprint switches. Whoops. Yeah, it has for holes for through-hole LEDs. Because before we had full RGB LED matrix stuff, there was just LED backlighting where it was a single LED that came through, a single color LED. I will say I like these because I can take my iron, sit it against the PCB, and slide it right up against to the diode, and not have to worry about the case because the entire end of the diode is metal. So it makes it so I can get a real nice solder connector, a real nice heat conductivity into both the pad and the component. Okay, that's all the diodes. Now, as a quick test of the microscope, we're going to try... Well, first we're going to try to see if I can get it working through my USB hub, which I think is actually dead. We'll see in a moment. Well, it shows the... this is going to be wired, no batteries. Yeah, I don't think this microscope is working, though, is the problem. And I don't know exactly what the issue is. Okay, so let's... Nope. I do have a wireless Choc. Or sorry, a wireless Choc Corne. But the reason I'm building this one is because I have that, and it doesn't have LEDs and all that fun stuff. So, okay. Sorry, I'm messing around to see if this microscope, if I can get it working, and I don't seem to be able to. So, no microscope, sorry. Gonna have to mess around with that later. I think I may have blown it up by accident. Or something. Something doesn't work on my setup with a USB hub. I don't know, whatever. Because I have a loop. But y'all can't see through that. And I can't see through it right now anyways because the batteries are dead. So I got the microscope. And then had some issues. And yeah, anyways. No microscope today. Just doing a quick visual inspection of the solder joints. All right, they look good. Cool. All right, I am gonna do the RGBs next. I was debating if I wanted to do the sockets or the RGBs, and I'm going with the RGBs. RGBs, yay! Before I bust out the paste, though, I'm going to attempt to do a couple the traditional tin one pad sort of way, just to see. Wow, it doesn't say which orientation these need to be. You mean I'm gonna have to bust out the build guide? What kind of nonsense is that? Alright, spam block, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Oh wait, no. That's the switch footprint. I mean, it can only go on here one of two ways. Alright, let's see. Alright. Oh, I should probably just make sure that's there. Bench plus Safari. Yeah, one problem with that is that top right corner is marked with a vertical line. Oh, okay, okay. I was like, I don't see a vertical line, but it's the thing. Bottom left has dot. Yeah, I'm talking about the switch LEDs. And that vertical line corresponds with the notched leg, I'm assuming. Okay. Yeah, the dot is not the same thing. All right. Okay, well that works. Let's see, the problem I have with these is I don't think I'm getting solder under the legs this way. Or maybe I am. Come at it from the very end. Okay, no, I'm going to try it this way, see. So if I come at it from the very end and kind of almost lift the leg up just a touch, the solder will flow underneath it. Okay, we're going to try it this way. In fact, I don't even know if I need to pre-tin. Yeah, usually the line or dot or whatever corresponds with that. Oops. Yeah, see, it wasn't under there. Yeah, usually. I know. Measure twice, cut once, don't assume, yada yada yada. That's why I'm going to check in a minute. Right now, this is more about technique than correct positioning. Okay. Oh, this is unplugged? No, yes. I just unplugged my keyboard. Derp. Too many cables on my desk. See, this is why I need the wireless Revion MX, so that I can use it here without... Add new Windows source. Add new Safari. Done. Oh, yay, what? Okay, that's what I thought. Build service. Let's see. Do you want me to try that again, Leah? To add the background music? Because I will. Audio output capture. Wait, you can hear it? You can hear the music? I didn't realize you could hear the music this way. No, you can't hear the music. Why do you tease me? All right. Shared a screenshot with me on Discord. You can get a V3 Choc. The board source has them. Display capture, audio output capture should work. Okay, I thought maybe that was the case. I'm gonna try that. Let's try something. Audio output capture, add source, YouTube's, add source. List is empty. Yeah, I think I need. I think I need something else to do that. I will. This is something I've wanted to do for a while. Okay, I see. Okay, this does not work for updated max with Big Sur. All right, that's a goal of mine to have that work so that I can have background music. I may just end up just downloading an MP3 or something and having this play it. I don't know. Whatever. But yes, this is a V3 Choc Corne PCB. It's from Board Source. Board Source is a US vendor. They've made a V3 Choc Corne. I don't know if it's available anywhere else or if the PCB is open source or anything like that. So I can't tell you, but that's where I got this. It's the Corne LP, they call it, which to me, the Corne LP is just the case. Because I actually have a Choc well, I have a V2 Corne Choc. If only this wasn't confusing. Or if only this was confusing. I have a V2 Corne Choc build in my Corne LP case, and this is just a Corne LP PCB and the MX case. Yeah, the background music I would use would be like Chill Hop or something like that, where they explicitly allow people to use it. It'd be royalty-free stuff. It's the stuff I listen to anyways, so. As much as I would love to be like, okay, we're Total Request Live while building keyboards, because the copyright system is terrible, or rather because music licensing is terrible, I can't. See, I don't think that's connected. I'm gonna try with my loop anyways. I've got really bright overhead lights. Yeah, that's not... This isn't down on the pad. Looks a little better. We'll see. We'll see when it gets there, or when we get to testing the board. Okay. I think this will work. So lately I've been playing a whole lot of Fallout 4. And I swear, I just... Why even have a main story? There's so much extra stuff. I haven't even gotten to DLCs or anything like that. I'm just playing the straight up main game, ignoring the main quest as much as I can. Just wandering around the wasteland, or the Commonwealth, I should say. And, looking for stuff to kill, and or things to kill and people to loot. Quests to do. Found all sorts of really fun quests. Including one where I escorted a robot that someone made that's a bartender to a hotel to serve as the hotel's bartender, and now it's the hotel's bartender and I get free drinks. And it's just, it was hilarious. It was fun. That is awfully close in the middle there. I will say confidence is not super high with these, with this method. I should have just stuck with using paste like I normally do, but had to be different. Can't just be content with a technique I know works. I have to try to do it different. Shit, okay. Get out of there. Just gotta tune that. So I changed my technique up a little bit here to see if it work. Basically solder or tin all 4 of the pads. Push down on the legs until the solder underneath the pad melts. And then just do a little touch up on the top. It's basically just to reflow it. See if that's any easier or works better or whatever. One thing I like about that is should go pretty quick if I do it right. Tin the pad real quick. Throw the LED in, push down with the tweezers. Oh yeah. And then just come at it from the side a little bit to flow it. And then just touch more. There. Okay. I think I've settled on a technique that I like. So the idea is you tin all 4 pads, just enough, not a ton. You just want enough to get some solder on there to create a little bit of a bond. Right? And you throw your LED in. Just making sure. Whenever I'm like, oh, did I put it in the wrong orientation? Double check. Take your LED, stick it in there, and push down gently on the LED to hold it in place, and just flow underneath. And then come back in, add a little more to fully encase the leg, and there you go. All right, now I'm just gonna pre-tin all the rest of these. The fun part about 300 surface mount pads is you get a lot of practice. Oh, I know I can do it. I've done it before. Yeah, this method is far superior to anything I've done before so far for these. Way less messy and even really time consuming, frankly, than using solder paste. I feel confident about the solder joints. It's hard to screw up because I just dropped the LED in there. Put a little bit of pressure on it to hold it in place and also make it so it wants to fall down into the puddle. Then I just melt the solder, tack it in place. Oh, see? See, now I have even more bent of a... That's the same thing that happened before. Although I think that might be a fatal blow. Yeah. Damn. That is literally the same thing that happened before, just much more so. The fun thing is I have soldering iron tips that look like this intentionally, but not this one. So while I have the soldering station turned off waiting for this to cool down, I'm going to attempt to put it into Celsius mode. Where's my magnet? Where's my magnet? I have a magnet on a stick. And I can't find my magnet on the stick. Why can't I find my magnet on the stick? Oh, there it is. Magnet on a stick. Oh, so my fan is right here, and I went to move something, and I stabbed the iron through the fan filter, and it hit the blade, and that blade bent it. Wow, that was easy. Okay, so now I have my soldering iron is in Celsius. That was easy. Now I got to figure out conversion. Let's see. 620 Fahrenheit to C. 325. Okay. Oh, and I just turned that off to get it to cool down. Fortunately, I have a bunch of tips. Did someone say pine sill? I like this a lot. In fact, if you would like, I will finish this build with the pine sill. Happy to do it. It's a great little soldering iron for 25 bucks. And I bought a conical tip for a TS100. Boom. Perfect. It's great. It's not going to last as long as my $200 Weller station, but it's $25, and this is the entire thing. This is the entire iron. Like, my Weller is a whole setup. This is just the pine sill by itself. Like, that's the whole soldering iron right there. You need a power supply for it, but you just need a USB power delivery power supply that puts out enough power, like a MacBook charger or something. So if you're traveling with a pine sill, you probably already have your power supply for it, and it works great. Now, hopefully just won't, or hopefully won't bend the tip on this right now. While I'm waiting for that to heat up, I'm gonna take a quick little second to refill my water. All right. And then I'm going to pour some of it in my face. Yeah, I need to try out some different tips. I've just been using a conical tip for long enough, and it works well enough for me that I haven't seen much of a need to change. So this is at... I don't actually know how to change this out of Fahrenheit right now. It doesn't show up well because of the frame rate. But this is at 625 Fahrenheit. Okay. Hang on. Sorry, I'm actually going to unplug this for a second. Because the power cable that I'm using for this is like buried under so many other cables on my desk here. Oh, I hope that's not getting picked up. Okay. I mean, is it really that weird? A heating element is, or at least like this, I think is mostly just magnetic anyways, right? It's inducing a current uh in the heating element. Okay, let me just tin this real good. Okay. Oh, for the thermostat. Okay. I wonder if that somehow makes the iron or the tips or something more reliable. Okay, it's been a while since I've used this thing. And it's just not loving me. I'm going to turn the heat up just a bit. Is the underside. The V3 Corne PCBs are not reversible. Yeah, if it looks like I'm soldering these upside down, it's because I am soldering these upside down. Because these are the matrix RGB, so this is the bottom, the lights shine toward the board, basically, the LEDs, toward this. Okay. Damn it. Okay. So one thing I don't like about the pine sill is the tip is not snug in the iron. What I mean by that is, let's see if I can find something something heat resistant. So the tip, that's against the thing, but I can push more. I don't know, it's hard to see it. See how it kind of wiggles a little bit? That makes it, for me, hard because I'm used to the tap. It's going. It's like I just fucked up this LED. There. I don't think it's broken, but it's definitely got some heat damage, and that's because where I wanted it to be, I lifted, moved my hand, and then put it back down, and that was now on top of the LED instead of on the leg. Because when I lift it up, I don't know, hard to describe. It's just, if you hold one, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know if that's by design or if mine's broken or what, but it's definitely not isolated to just like the tip that came with it, because this tip did not come with it. This is a TS100 tip and it does the same thing. So, I don't know. I suspect it's just a... wouldn't necessarily say a feature, but a function of this. Like, it just, that's how it works. Or because of the nature of it being, like, something, I don't know. There's probably a good reason for it. And it's like, well, if you don't want that, get a more expensive iron, like a Weller WSD51. Shit. See, I'm making a lot more mistakes with this pine sill. A bad carpenter blames his tools, yes, but I'm not saying the problems I'm having right now are because of that. But that's certainly not helping. Okay, let me just... And this is definitely where a small chisel tip is better, because you get the heat right at the tip, whereas this, the heat is about partway up the side here, which can make it hard to get the heat where you want it to be. And that's not a problem with the pine sill, that's a problem with conical tips. The Weller has the same problem. I'm just used to it by now. Shit. That's never happened before. Oh, I don't know if you saw that. The tip came out in my brass brush thing. Yeah, so you have to get this tip much lower to the board to get the heat down. And for some reason, there's a bunch of, like, nasty brown... Like, I can't... Maybe I'm overheating this tip. So before I had a dedicated spot for soldering, I just had a little tub that I would always put my iron and all my electronic stuff into when I was done. So you might look into something like that. But a pine sill, I mean, it's a great little soldering iron. And you cannot argue with its portability. Like I said, this is the whole thing. There's no like base station it has to come with or anything. Just needs a USB power supply, or not even a USB. It runs off of a barrel connector too. I think I could technically run this off of a car's 12-volt outlet. Could definitely run it if it was hardwired to the battery. Okay. Not my finest work. But it'll do. Maybe. Uh, I don't know if it's data. I never hooked the Pine Cell up to anything other than the MacBook charger it's connected to right now. Because I know power delivery spec and yada yada yada. I don't want to risk one of my two USB-C ports on my laptop or on my computers to a soldering iron. Whereas this MacBook power charger came from work with my work laptop. So I don't give a shit about it. If it breaks, I just go, hey, my power charger broke. Can you send me another one? Well, when I had a job. Okay, you know what? I said I was going to do the rest of this build with the Pine Sill, but it's starting to really frustrate me. And I don't blame the pine sill. Pretty sure it's just the tip and my own technique. But this flexi bit is driving me nuts. There's a bunch of shmoo on the end of the tip I can't get rid of. Something's weird. This is not sparking joy. See, imagine being able to control the why would I need to? I've got buttons right there. And I'm sure you can. These things are totally hackable. Like if the USB supports data too. Okay, wait, actually, Leah, no. I'm gonna go full shitpost on this. I want to be able to control it from a laptop so that I can say, hey Siri, set my soldering iron to 350 degrees. Yep, fuck it. Sorry, Pine Sill. You're not today. But I am going to keep that souvenir. Because that's just beautiful. Whole internet of shit. Yeah, this is a lot more comfortable. I don't know. The Pine Sill is an okay soldering iron. It's definitely $25 good, right? Like, for the $25 price range, it is probably the best one you can get. But it's 25 bucks. This was a little more. And it shows. But I will say, to be honest, the biggest difference between the fancy Weller that I have and the Pine Sill is almost certainly the duty cycle. Because the Weller that I have is basically like a prosumer / commercial level iron. Whereas the Pine Sill is very much more geared toward the hobbyist market. Someone who's soldering a few things every now and then. Like, it's probably plenty even for me. So, Leah, it's funny you should mention that. I used to work with the guy who got the first CVE on a skateboard. There's I don't know if it's published, but I've seen it. Video of him, filming his demo for his CVE or his proof of concept thing. He hacks the skateboard because it's Bluetooth. He hacks the skateboard remotely and sets it to full power. But he forgot that he's not standing on it. And so it goes taking off down the road. And then it gets out of range of his phone, so he can't stop it. So this guy's chasing this out of control keyboard or skateboard down the street. They're very, very lucky that it like hit something before it went out into like major traffic or something. It's hilarious. Yeah, he's got a CVE, the first CVE for a skateboard. Because those things were just wide open, easy, trivial to hack. I mean, in some ways, it went very right because it further emphasized how dangerous that skateboard being so easily hackable was. Because you could hack someone's skateboard, make it a takeoff, and they couldn't get it back. You know, like it just kept going after he, you know, after you fall off of it. So, like I said, in a lot of ways, failed successfully. Oh yeah, I I will say though that I would much rather have a computer driving a car behind me than a human. Long term. Because a computer will never get upset or angry that I am, quote, in its way. Because it doesn't have important places to go. Because it's already where it needs to be in the car. This may be what you're talking about, Leah, but did you see the article recently? There was a Tesla driving itself around like San Francisco or San Jose or something like that, and it was on fire. Like the car was literally burning, driving itself around. I thought that was hilarious. Oh yeah, this is so much better than I was doing with the Pine Sill. Something about that tip was just not working for me. Maybe it's because the Pine Sill was still in Fahrenheit mode. It's a really hard problem to solve, that's for sure. But I do think that trying to approach it from a let's make cars that can drive on any street versus let's make roads that work with self-driving cars, the like self-driving lane or whatever, I think that's a better approach. Um, Even though it's much harder, I think it's one of those things like you do it the hard way first and the easy way is easy. Yes, after this will be sockets. Although, actually, what I might do after this is um, flash the controllers and test LEDs. Yeah, lots of things to solder. Like I said at the beginning of this, there are at least 300 surface mount pads on this board. And I say at least because technically the sockets, the diode or the switch sockets are surface mount, but I don't count those because those aren't hard. Like, I don't know. I just don't count them the same as, same level of difficulty as diodes or LEDs. Because it's a through-hole component amount of solder that I have to put into it. No, I think it's less about money in the self-driving car approach. I do think it is genuinely about safety long term. Like that's my primary motivation for wanting self-driving cars is safety. Safety for me as someone who is not in a car all the time, who is very often on a completely different mode of transportation, sharing the road with drivers. Wait, fuck. I mean, they'll be able to, or the first time one of them kills someone, a pedestrian or something like that, which I say the first time, it's already happened. Um, they won't get approval from places to be able to operate on the road. Insurance companies won't allow it if nothing else because, you know, things. I mean, I say that. And if insurance companies really cared about non-drivers getting killed by cars, they would have already banned drivers from driving years ago. Decades, a century. Locker. So, in general, desoldering switches is not that difficult. On this particular board, it's hotspot, so you don't need to desolder the switches. As far as microcontrollers, you can socket those as well, and that makes it pretty easy to switch the controllers to another board, or to switch controllers in a board. I've been lazy lately and haven't been socketing my controllers. And I don't plan to socket my controllers on this board either. Desoldering a controller is a huge pain in the ass, though. Unless you don't care about destroying the controller, then what you can do is get some flush cutters between the controller and the PCB and just clip the pins. But that can break the controller. So you have to be careful trying that. And of course, you still have to desolder all the pins from both sides, but at least then you're doing them individually. Well, see, then Leo, what you do is you go, okay, well, we can make this more efficient. What if we put the person who's waving the flag on the car? So then they don't have to, they can go faster. They don't have to walk as quickly. And then someone goes, oh, wait, do we really even need a person? Can we just put the flag, mount the flag on the front of the car? Yes, that's my thinking. Self-driving car will never get angry at me and try to run me over for riding my bicycle legally on the road. Yet I cannot tell you how many times a driver has gotten angry at me for riding on the middle, riding on, for saving them from getting in a crash when they try to pass me on a blind corner. Because I know that there's a car coming around the corner. They don't. I try to flag them down. They get pissed at me because why do they even have to go around me in the first place? Or just buzz me for the sake of it or whatever. And it's like when I do my bike camping stuff, when I'm riding out in the country on country roads, I generally am trying to find what I call the back roadiest of back roads. And people still get pissed at me. And I'm like, look, where else do you want me to go? I could not have picked a lower traffic road. A more indirect route does not exist. I did this for you. Yet I'm the asshole. And that is really one reason why I like backpacking so much. It's because I don't have to share the trail with cars. Occasionally I'm walking on a road or a gravel road or something like that. That's fine. But usually I'm on the trail. Shit. Yeah, I mean, that's a risk, of course, but is that like if you think about the human as driver software, I'm worried about the human who's in there texting on their phone or whatever, doing something else. The computer, I trust the computer to recognize me more often than a person. Once, obviously once the technology becomes viable for actual use. I mean, most of those freak accidents, though, can be prevented by simply waiting to pass. And a computer is not going to be impatient to get around someone and get angry. They're going to go, oh, there's a person on a bicycle in the way. I have to, and I can't see around the corner, so I have to sit here and wait. I mean, I say all this stuff, but I am considering very strongly riding my bicycle to Los Angeles this summer from my house, which will probably take me a month because I'm not in good shape. Oh no, now you have to listen to me drone on and on in real time. Yeah, buckle in, this is a long stream. I'm not quite halfway done, I don't think. I mean, really, I am doing the hardest parts first. So it shouldn't take me that much longer, but it's definitely a long build. What, we're 2.5 hours in, and I'm just putting the last LEDs in. Or the last matrix RGBs. I forgot, I still have 14 underglow LEDs to do, but those go quick. All right, see you, Lorenzo. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you. I don't quite agree with that awesome job. Mostly because I think they thin the nail polish at that place. So there's a lot of it's hard to see from crappy camera, but I see a lot of thin spots where it's just uneven. I think they could have added another coat or not thinned out their nail polish as much. But I love the color for sure. And also just thank you for the for the general compliment there. Appreciate it. It's the first time I've ever gotten fingernail polish done. Which, as a graying, nearly 40-year-old straight dude who wears jeans and t-shirts, feels a little weird to have bright green fingernails, but that's okay. That's why I did it, because I figured, you know what, the worst that happens, I come home, I hate them. I come home, order some acetone off of Amazon. I don't even have to go to the grocery store to get it. I get that shit on Amazon and just dip my fingers in there, burn it all off. So there's very little risk. I have not done it before myself. So my entire nail painting career has been done in the last 2 months. I've gotten manicures and stuff before, but really even that's only been in the last 5 or 6 years. But I got a mani-pedi with same friends while her husband was still alive a couple of months ago, because she needed to get away for the day because his family was just invading her house, and she's like, I need to get out of here and do some self-care. We're going to get mani-pedis. And I'm like, hell yeah. So I got some nail colors done on my I got some nail colors done on my toenails. which was weird at first, for sure. Especially because it was a lot more red than I was expecting. I was hoping for more purple like what I have right now on my toenails. But then we went on Friday, or Saturday rather. We were going to go on Friday, but I had other issues on Friday. We went on Saturday and got our nails did. And I got my toenails done with the purple that hopefully will match my corne-ish then. But that's when I got these. So, long story short, 3 different times, I guess, if you want to count it, feet, hands, 3 different times I've gotten nail polish done. None of it by myself. No, I mean, you can never see my toenails because they're always in socks or sandals or not sandals, but socks or shoes or something like that. So that's why it's a lower risk for me. And by risk, I just mean like feeling weird about having colored nails because it's not a thing that has ever been really part of my life. It's not that I think it's weird. I, in fact, love it when other people have their nails colored. I don't know, whatever. Okay. Actually, I'm going to keep the RGBs here for a bit because I may have to swap some of these out. So I am actually going to do sockets next. Yes. Not controllers, sockets. Because then I can just get that done really fast and yeah. Yeah, I think it's just that it's hard to, at the $25 price point, have the manufacturing constraints that allow you to have those kind of, or sorry, not constraints, but tolerances. So they err on the side of, well, we'll just make it too big because then more tips will fit. I get it. It's fine. It's totally fine. All right. So because I am that guy, my sockets all have to face the same direction. Oh, blah. Okay. I just realized that I forgot the underglow RGBs. I will do those after the sockets. Because I'm already halfway done loading the sockets. It's possible to reverse the Choc sockets, yes. And I'm sorry if I just ruined you. The MX sockets do not have rotational symmetry. You can put them in the other way around, but then you can't install the switches. Choc sockets, on the other hand, do have rotational symmetry, and, well, I guess that's a feature of rotational symmetry. Anyways, they have rotational symmetry, which means this and that, you spin it around, it's the same thing. And I try not to think too hard about it, to be honest, because I don't know if the first Choc Corne that I built, or my Pinky 3, which also has Choc sockets, I don't know if I did those this way. No, see, that would bother me. So I can't. There. Doesn't affect their function at all. See, I don't quite agree with that statement. I think aesthetics is very important. Yes, the underglow pads are WS2812s. Completely different LEDs. They're the same LEDs that the Kyria uses. The Elephant 42 uses mini E's for underglow. I don't know why the Corne doesn't also, but the 2812s are not that difficult to solder. Or at least, not for me anymore. The 6812 minis, the non-E minis, those can go to hell. I straight up just, like, if someone were commissioning a build for me and they had those, I'd be like, yeah, no, not going to do that. Sorry. I've tried a bunch of different methods, and I have not yet had consistent success. And they're just a pain in the ass. I just don't like them. Damn it. Wait, you can actually tell from this shot? Sorry, I didn't realize I bumped the camera. Oh, I put one socket in backward. Might as well start over from the very beginning. Throw this one out. Well, it is now. It wasn't when I said that. Woo-hoo. So, pro tip: when you're soldering, when you have the soldering iron against the component for a little bit, it gets hot. So when you then push on it, you can burn yourself. Just pro tip. I mean, in case you didn't know. Because, you know, some people don't know. Hot thing gets hot. Who'd have thought? You can't explain that. All right. It's time to do the other one. See, I need Leah's part tape splitter cutter thing. So I can just hit 2-1 and it spits out 21 sockets. Socket on top of the third column reversed. Oh, good question. And I think the answer to that is yes. Then that way, if anybody looks at it, they'll be like, wait, what? That'll really throw them for a loop. It's kind of like if you look at my wheels on my bicycles, on my touring bicycle, there is one spoke nipple on each wheel. Or no, it might just be one on the whole, on both wheels total. That's red. The rest of them are silver? Silver. And the reason for that is because my Fixie, which is my other bike, which is probably the bike that I love the most in this world. I love my touring bike, but damn it, my Fixie and I, the bike is an extension of my body. There's no bike that I have loved as much as that bike. But the Fixie, it had red accents on it. So it had red hubs, it had a red steering tube cap, that sort of thing. So that red there is a nod to my Fixie. Why can't I wrap my brain around how this should go on here? Why my brain not work? So I'm using the wrong hole. Okay. And then on my Fixie, I put new wheels on it, and it's got a black spoke with spoke nipple on one of the wheels as a reference to my other bike. Sorry, that was a very long-winded story that should have been like 2 seconds. But it's, you know, you can see that it's hard for me to talk and do things at the same time because my brain just doesn't have the correct number of threads for that. It's actually one of the reasons I love building keyboards and soldering and stuff as much as I do, is because it's like, okay, got all the stuff going on in my life and got all this other whatever, but I come down and I put some solder to some metal and my brain gets to just shut off for a while. Because it's not that this is trivial work or anything like that. It's the opposite. It's not trivial work. It's not super difficult. But it occupies my brain enough that it takes all of my concentration for the most part. And then I throw some music on and just chill. So, as far as Fixie things, my Fixie has brakes, both front and rear, so it's not dangerous. And honestly, with the Fixie, there's just something about it. You just get the bike and you become one. If you're moving, your legs are moving. If your legs are moving, you're moving. It's just, if I want to stop and track stand, which I do a lot, Then I stop and track stand. It's really wonderful for flat city biking. Fixies suck on hills. I have ridden my fixie on a whole lot of hills. Just a whole lot of hills. My like 4th biggest climbing day ever or something was on my fixie. I did something like 5,000 feet of climbing in one day on my fixie over the course of 100 miles. It was fun. I was exhausted afterward. But it was fun because my friends they'd shift down in their low gears and crawl up, and I'd just stand up and mash. And then they'd pass me on the descent because I'm riding the brakes down the descents. And they're just bombing. So we kept up with each other because I'd smoke them up hills and they'd smoke me down hills. But for urban commuting, I think there is, assuming you have a flat enough route and stuff that you ride on pretty consistently, I think urban commuting of fixie is the way to go. Like, it's just superior. You and the road become one. You don't have to ever take your foot out of the pedals, because I use clipless pedals. You just go. Roll up to a stoplight, track stand, get rolling again. I will agree with you that I think brakeless fixies are kind of stupid and dangerous. For a number of reasons, but I've seen an actual where to the top of the hill, 450 meters. Oh, roll off. Yeah, I've got a roll off on my touring bike. I love it. I was on a critical mass ride, a very small critical mass ride in Los Angeles, and this kid had a fixie with no brakes, and his lock ring came off, which means when he would stop pedaling, he would pedal backward effectively, but on a fixie, you're just unscrewing the cog at that point. So he had no way of stopping, because when he would stop pedaling, like if he pedaled forward, he would be screwing the cog back on until it hit the limit or whatever, and then he'd start moving again. Yeah, we had to stop and fix that real quick. But what was the way we discovered that is we were coming over the freeway, and down the opposite side of that bridge is a fairly steep road down to a stoplight at a very busy intersection. And we were riding as a group, and he didn't have brakes. He didn't have any way to stop going down this hill. Fortunately, he just, did the right thing and kind of dragged his foot. But it could have been a lot worse if we'd been going really fast, or if we'd been in a really tight pack, or whatever. Because, the second, if he stopped pedaling, it was just unscrewing that cog. The second it hit the frame, it would have stopped the bike, and then he would have gone over the bars. That would have been fun. I don't know. Good times. I like brakes, and I like my knees. I've never been able to skid stop, and I don't really try. I do what I call brake-assisted skids. I have actually, as a result of owning a fixie for such a long time and getting used to track standing at stoplights, I've gotten pretty good at track standing on a freewheel bike as well. The biggest thing, you need to either find a bump to kind of push up against, so that way then you're stopping the whole bike and kind of leaning it back and forth a little bit, or use your brakes to do that a little bit. But it's nice to be able to kind of like push forward. It's nice to be able to have a way to get pushed back, so you kind of roll backward on your bike a little bit. So like even a little rock in the road, if I can kind of lean against that rock with my front tire, that helps a lot. Coaster brakes. Is that a Dutch bike thing? Do a lot of Dutch bikes have coaster brakes? I know Dutch bikes are very different from like your traditional double triangle roadie bike you get in the US. But I figured they had either single speed or like 3 speed or some other sort of internally geared hub and still had handbrakes. I didn't realize they were all, or not all, but like that coaster brakes were still a thing at that level. Huh. Interesting. I mean, I guess the Netherlands is like the ideal place to ride a bike because you have zero elevation gain. You could ride from you could do a lap around the entire country and do like 20 feet of elevation gain over the whole thing. Cumulative. Hello, Lorenzo. It's going fine. I just put the last sockets on, or the last of the sockets on. Now I'm going to do the underglow LEDs that I forgot. Wow, seriously? I thought the tallest point or highest point in the Netherlands was like 100 feet above sea level. Like legitimately, I thought I saw a Tom Scott on it recently. Maybe that was a different place, or maybe that was the like, this is the tallest hill. Like it's not the highest point, but it's the tallest hill. If that makes sense. I don't know. Okay, so this is weird. There's a number and there's a notch. There's the line. And I want to say the line goes with the corner. But the number. Okay. Okay. I'm going to throw it out there and say that for the LEDs that I've done, I would say the best LEDs I've put on a board was on the Elephant 42 because each LED was labeled with exactly input, output, voltage, and ground. Every single one of them. It was completely unambiguous. It had the notch on the corner. It was just beautifully done. I will say that's the best one that I've done. Are there really only 6 LEDs underglows? Huh. Okay. It would be pretty nutty, because the underglows won't take me very long. But if you're like in a pinch, like a time crunch, I can do that. I know Thomas sold them as a group buy. I don't know if he has PCBs. Um, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry. Europe is a mysterious place that I've only seen a very small part of, and not even on the mainland. I've been to Iceland. That technically counts. I get the feeling that Thomas isn't going to do a Corne LP group buy again. He had a lot of problems with this one. When you say which is basically Belgium, do you mean culturally as well as geographically, or like is it kind of like Minnesota or like Upper Peninsula here, Upper Peninsula of Michigan here, where it's like, yeah, it's basically Canada. It's where the Yoopers are. Okay, I see what you're telling me. You're telling me that that was aligned incorrectly. There. Yeah, there was something about shorts, and there was just other things. I don't know. Plus, I think he had to build them all or something. Like I don't get it. I don't remember. I wasn't following along too much. I just know that he said he wouldn't run it that way again. That's not to say that he won't run a group buy, but he'd probably do it differently. So, but who knows? I mean, a lot of stuff is up in the air with him right now, in terms of like what he's going to do going forward. So he's still trying to figure stuff out. But I guess what I'm also trying to say is don't hold your breath that he's going to have a round two. If you want one, buy one. You can get them from Board Source right now. Yeah, I honestly don't even know where those shorts would come from. Like, except for maybe on the edges over here. Because of the God, I almost stuck this one into my fan again. Because of the things, but I think they were controller pins that he was having problems with. I don't remember. Like the things that stick out the most on the bottom of this board are the switch sockets. I am just having all sorts of trouble with this one. Come on. Come on. There. I want to say these footprints are a little tighter than the Curia's. Yeah, I should have done the LEDs, the underglows before the sockets. That's not helping either. Because like I just melted that socket, which I don't care about melting the socket a little bit, but like that's how wiggly, how weird I'm having to play with the soldering iron to get it in there. God, that sounded terrible. Oops. What's the difference with the waffle corn? Is that just a chalk spaced corn? Okay. Sorry, you can't see what I'm looking at through my loop. I really want to figure out the microscope situation. But it's not going to happen right now. Ugh. There's one seriously ugly solder joint right here. Oh. I don't remember. Does the Proton C run ZMK? Or can it, rather? All right. I think this one's good. I think this one is going to work entirely out of the box. Oh, that's right. The Proton C itself may work with ZMK, but ZMK I don't think is yet capable of running wired split. As far as how the clicky perps are, I don't know. That's one of the reasons I'm building this board, to find out. So I will tell you in a little while. That's not an abbreviation, that is a portmanteau. So technically, it is not a bannable abbreviation. uh, the Nice Nano is not only wireless. ZMK, as far as I know, as last I had checked, which I will say I haven't checked, just that last I'd heard. So last I'd heard, ZMK doesn't have support for wired split. But as far as I know, there's nothing preventing the Nice Nano from working that way other than ZMK not supporting it. Because I definitely have used have used the Nice Nano as a wired keyboard often. Because my Corne with Nice Nanos, for whatever reason, never really liked to stay paired to my Mac. So I just left it wireless between the halves and plugged in the left side. And it worked great. Oh man, this this one here is like just a jungle of nearby pads and tight pads and excuse me, stupid COVID. All right, let's see if that did it. Okay. No, right now my daily driver is the Zaphod. But what's funny is I am currently in the process of building 3 keyboards over the next 3 days to replace the Zaphod as my daily driver. Oh dear. Because today I'm building this, which I want to try out with my clicky purpz that I made. Tomorrow I am building an MX Reviung that is wireless. And I will say that at least that one I already know how freaking awesome it is, so I don't need to daily drive that for a while to know. To be like, oh, I don't know, this might not be a great keyboard, I might hate it or whatever. No, that keyboard MX Reviung is right here, and I use it on this computer downstairs. But it's not wired, so I want to build a wireless one. And then Wednesday, well, tomorrow my Aho Core arrives. If the USPS is to be trusted with its delivery estimates, which I would assume so. It's been sitting in Portland since yesterday at like 3 o'clock in the morning. But I will say I'm really enjoying the Zaphod. I would go so far as to say maybe that I like it better than the Rev 41 LP. But I think the Rev 41 LP, the biggest problems that I have with it versus the Zaphod are... Well, the biggest problems I have with it are, one, versus the Zaphod has a harder angle between the two halves, and I think that's better, especially for chalk spaced, because it's such more compact of a board than an MX Space Reviung. And then the other problem is that my MX Space Reviung is basically like the perfect size for my hands. It feels very nice. And I have really nice switches. So it's between those two, kind of. So yeah. I'm mostly more of a chalk guy than MX nowadays because I'm searching for the perfect travel board for me. One that will go into my 50-liter backpack along with everything else that I own while I travel around the world. And so chalk kind of naturally fits that. But seriously, the MX Reviung is so good with those boba switches. And the other nice thing is, like, with Gazoo's new low profile switches coming out, which I honestly don't think they're going to be that much lower than MX, because I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited about those because that opens up a new world. And then, since my Reviung is hot swap, I just swap those in when I get some. Hell, I could even leave the same caps on. They're MX compatible. Oh, last. And another reason I'm more Choc than MX lately is because that's where, the innovation is happening in the ergo keyboards right now. I say that, and my bias is that I'm in the low profile keyboard server, which is where I see most of this. So obviously, but like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot more. I feel like there's a gap in the community right now, which is why I don't have a Discord channel for this stream, because we've got low profile, which is Chocs and that sort of thing. And then we've got 40s. Those are our servers, right? We've got Split KB, but Split KB is not... It's a community server, but it's a community of people around a web store, right? It's not a general purpose. Like, I would feel really uncomfortable, and do feel really uncomfortable in there, talking about my Reviungs, for example. Right? Because he doesn't sell Reviungs. He, whatever, right? I mention it when it's relevant, but like, I'm not going to post in there about my stream, or, there's no development happening, that sort of thing. But like 40s, so like a Lily 58 is technically not a 40s keyboard because it's got a number row. But a MX Lily 58 is not a low profile keyboard. And so it's like, where do we discuss the MX Lily 58? Nowhere. There is really no place for it. I err on the side of small is low pro, but that also kind of opens up its own can of worms, because if you look at the 40 server, people go crazy about switches in there. I mean, just great, like lubing, all the stuff that's like, it's a whole different ball game when you bring in MX switches, because now you've got the entirety of the keyboard world basically in there. So it's a little different. I don't know. But it's something I've been thinking a lot about. And I don't think there's room enough for like an MX 40 plus, or MX plus size. But ergo keyboard server, I don't think there's room for that. I think that would be silly. Or maybe not, it would be silly, but it's not something I would want to try to start. I'd rather see a little more consolidation than anything, but like the 40s server is so different than the low profile server. It's just like different culture wise. It's hard to say we should combine them or something like that. So I got the 3D printed chalk caps from bkeyb.com. There should be a link in the description, but beekeep as in like bee, like the wonderful little flying insects that pollinate our flowers and plants and help feed the world. Keeb, Keeb.com. I have not tried them yet. They're still all clipped together, straight out of the 3D printer. I've had them for a while. I just haven't put them on a board yet. So I said, why not put them on this one? Okay. I think this one's good too. Yeah, I agree. I like the low profile server more, but I don't know how much of that is just the people who are there. I don't know. I mean, why not just an Ergo keyboard server? Like, in so many ways, I kind of feel like I'd almost rather grow the low pro into Ergo keyboards. But then you might say, oh, well, that would then exclude like MBK Extended, which has the longer caps, so you can have like a standard 40s style or 10 keyless style keyboard. But we already kind of do that anyways because we have stuff in there saying like we don't really know anything about those boards. But I think like people coming in and asking about the caps for their I can't even think of their Keychron wireless board. It's like yeah, we don't really know anything about that. We do mostly Ergo boards here. But the reason we do mostly Ergo boards in the low profile server is mostly down to availability of parts, I think. Like there just really aren't Choc 10 keyless boards because there really aren't Choc 10 keyless caps. So it's kind of a hard thing, right? And Choc V2 didn't get enough steam to swing the MX crowd. But maybe we'll see a change with the Gazoo low profile switches. But I honestly don't think they're going to be that much lower profile. I want to see them side by side, and I'm hoping that MK Ultra sells them soon so I can get some. Because I want to try them out. Anyways, that's how I kind of feel about the whole thing. Because I'd love to have a Discord channel just for the stream, but I don't feel like having a whole Discord just for the stream makes a lot of sense. Because then that's just more propagation of communities. I want to kind of centralize more, but it's like, where would my Discord channel even fit in the world? Because I do mostly Ergo splits and that sort of thing. And I wouldn't feel bad if I I'm putting a 40% together, or even a 10 keyless for a friend or something like that. That's not going to be my main content. If you want that kind of content, like that's what Teha does, right? Like I'm just not into those kind of keyboards. But I mean, do Choc keycaps or Choc V2 really have that many keycap compatibility issues? Is it because of it's going to hit the plate? Because that's going to happen. Because the plate is the same distance from the, I don't know. My only Choc V2 board is plateless, and if I build another Choc V2 board, it will be plateless as well because it's going to be the Revia V2 that that what's his bucket is working on, the guy who did the LP one. Yeah, I just don't know. I have 8 viewers right now. This is probably the most people I've had consistently through the course of a stream ever. I don't know if I'm quite ready for a full Discord. I would really rather just have a home server that I have a channel in, is what I'm really saying. And I feel like my home server at this point is the low profile server. For a long time it was split KB, but I think it's switched to low pro, more, if for no other reason than it is a better fit because it's more generic. It's not vendor specific. Like, Daryl, I want to say, offered me a channel in his server, and I'm like, that's cool, but it just feels weird, like being in a vendor's server, as like, I don't know. I would rather be like I said, a community server kind of thing. So let's not say anything bad about Daryl or Split KB or anybody else. It's vendor server versus community server, just has a different priorities, different look and feel kind of thing. So okay, I should probably do some more work on this keyboard that's sitting in front of me. I think it's controller time. I think it's controller time. Let's do this. Yeah, controller before TRS, so I can test the LEDs. Yeah, kind of matches. Close enough. What kind of KVM tomfoolery do you have? And I'll tell you what I've done with KVM tomfoolery when I had multiple computers, because I had my personal computer and my work computer. Since they're both laptops, I have a stand next to my monitor that holds two laptops vertically. And the monitor is USB-C, and it has a hub on the back. So I just would swap the USB connector, like to commute home or to commute to work, is literally just moving the USB-C cable from one computer to the other. Like, they're right next to each other. I've got a little little video clip I made of me doing that one day, kind of as a shit post. Like my commute, move it from one to the other. Because everything that needed to be, so I have a wireless trackball, and that's a Logitech, so it's using the unifying receiver. That's just plugged into the monitor, and I used a wired keyboard, so that's plugged into the monitor. And every now and then I would use an Apple Magic Trackpad, and I would just have that plugged into the monitor all the time too. So it was basically just everything was plugged into the monitor that I needed to move between machines. Oh, okay, yeah, you've got a lot more stuff, a lot more variety of connectors and stuff like that too. See, well, what do you need the monitor on the Pi 3 for? Just SSH into it. I've got a Pi 4 sitting right here on my desk that I don't know if I've ever actually hooked a monitor up to it. Okay, I don't know why I'm not getting any heat out of my iron right now. Come on. Okay, so I'm having heat issues because my iron oxidized. And I can't get a tin back on it, so... Ow. Remember that thing I said earlier about hot things being hot? That's still, just to let you know, that's still a thing. Like, that hasn't changed in the past couple of hours. I don't know why it hasn't changed, but just saying. No. It's not turned off. It's just, because I wasn't using it for a little bit while I was talking. And then the tip got really covered in crap. And that crap doesn't conduct heat well. It lost its tin. Oh yeah, I don't share anything between my work and personal machines other than my dot files repo, which is public anyways. So the only thing my work machine gets over the general public, as far as my dot files are concerned, is that it gets write access to the repo. And I could fix that by just making it so I have to PR to my own repo, which I don't care about. I'm not that worried about my dot files repo. I do also have a shared folder of images on my personal iCloud account that I share to my work one. But now I don't have a job, so it doesn't matter because I don't have that problem anymore. But it had, like, you know, my reaction gifs and memes and stupid shit. Yeah, what's this Proxmox thing? Excuse me. Stupid COVID. Seriously. Yes. It is a. If it shows up, it's there. It's not gonna go away, kind of thing. Lorenzo Type 1, I believe, is similar concept to Ring Zero. It's a sitting above the operating system, like directly between the OS and the metal. I don't know if that helps, if that explains anything. If you're just like, okay, well, that's just, you just said different words for the same thing that I don't understand those words either, which is fine. Like, fine as in, it's fine if you don't understand what I just said. Okay. So I've got my firmware built, QMK toolbox. Let's see if this thing will flash. Caterina device connected, flash. Alright, both the controllers flashed. Yeah, long term, I'm hoping that with proper diet and exercise, I will just get my blood pressure down and not need to take the medicine anymore. Mostly because trying to deal with prescription medicine and long-term travel, international travel, just doesn't sound like a fun idea. I know I got really lucky when I went to New Zealand. They didn't ask me how much prescription medicine I brought with me, because apparently you can bring a 2-week supply, but if you have more than that, you need to get a prescription from a local doctor, which I don't think would have been that hard to do, because I just say, hey, my doctor prescribed me this, and here's the prescription. Can I get one? And they go, okay. But I had 4 months supply with me. But I declared it. I mean, if they had come across it and been like, whoa, what's this? I'd be like, that's a 4-month supply of my medicine. I declared it, so at least probably wouldn't have been in trouble. They would have just taken it from me and told me I had to get a local prescription. I would have been like, that's balls, and then gone and gotten a local prescription. Okay, raw ground reset. Okay. That's one controller. Oh, my bad. What, you don't want to stare at just rando QMK build output all day? You actually want to look at the keyboard I'm building? What the hell is that? Yeah, I'm hoping that walking across the world will help a lot. I should have, but I didn't get a physical when I got back from New Zealand. I do know that I was the lightest I've been in my adult life. Um, but I don't know, what my body weight percentage was. I don't even know what my blood pressure was. Like, yeah, came back and started putting weight back on. Four hours. Holy crap. I'm starting to get frustrated. Why do I always get frustrated right near the end of the build when it's like, okay, well, if I just spend another half an hour on this, I'll be done. But I don't want to spend 5 more minutes on a damn thing. I'm gonna try something. I will be right back. Okay. So I did two things. One, I got bananas. It's been at least 4 hours since I've had anything other than water to put in my face because we're at the 4 hour mark on the stream and I've been standing here for 4 hours. But I also got a wet paper towel. So I'm going to try to wipe some of this schmoo off with that. So it's funny. There is a banana macro pad that's shaped like a banana and has switches. And it's like a 3D printed thing. And my friend who has a 3D printer is like, I have yellow filament. I'll print that for you. And I'm like, yes, but I want to learn a little bit about 3D printing in the process. So that's the only reason I don't have one. Because it just seems like ridiculous, awesome. Ooh. Yeah, I really want to build one of these macro pads. Badly. Yeah, just search for banana macro pad and it's on the first page of results. Oh, never mind. Maybe. And also, this isn't a Weller tip, it's an off brand tip, so that could be part of it. Amazon special Weller tips. I'm almost done though. Like in terms of soldering. Overall. Come on, there we go. There we go. For folk's sake. I'm just going to crank the heat a little bit. Part of the problem also is these square header pins have a lot more thermal mass. So it takes longer for them to get, they sink the heat away better. So I've got a combination of things working against me here. But at least, hopefully, see you, Bruno. Thanks for stopping by. The, the, bananas helped, yes. Yeah, taking a quick, like, 5-minute break to chow on a couple bananas and just reset my brain for a minute helped a lot. Okay. No, but I did put them on before clipping those. Okay, let me just check. Okay, so I've confirmed at least that my hub should sort of work, because that worked. Actually, let me see if I can reset this and see if QMK picks it up. It does not. That's weird. Okay, so there is something wrong with that USB hub. It doesn't transmit data anymore, but it does power. So, it's now time to turn the keyboard on the first time, at least this half. Well, you know, I have to aim high. So in the pool of how many LEDs do I have to fix to get them all working? Remember, there are 27 of them on each side. So that's a lot of LEDs that I had to nail first time to get them all to work right out of the box. How many are going to work? They should turn on red, I think. Pretty sure the default Corne firmware is all red. If not, well, We'll find out. But here goes nothing. I don't think that's my problem. I think that's the hub. So it's either the hub or they're just not on by default. So I'm going to check real quick. Hang on. Two switch LEDs, one underglow. Okay. Let's go back to iTerm. Next MW. There. Okay, so matrix RGB should be enabled. Fine. We're gonna suspend. That was a tease. Sorry, I'm not ready to call that this doesn't work. I am not convinced that the LEDs are turned on, but the keybind to turn on LEDs on my layout is holding this and hitting this, I think. So I need to have these two. So I need to have everything set up, and I don't feel like reflashing with some hack job firmware. So sorry, y'all. I just teased. Them's the beans. Deal with it. I'm not saying it's not that all of them are broken, or that the first one in the chain is broken, because it may be that, but I'm not convinced that it is. So I want to rule out firmware. Ow. It's been a very long time since I built a corne with LEDs. So I don't remember what the default is. I know the Kyria default firmware, when you turn it on, bang, you get all red. But I don't know about the corne. So until I can control it myself and know for sure, I'm not ready to call it. Oh, okay. Let me do a little juggling of stuff real quick. Yeah, more heat helped a lot too. No, I don't have a logic analyzer. I mean, technically I probably do because I have a Raspberry Pi. but I'm not. Yeah, I'll just make it so I can actually use the keyboard and then use the keyboard to turn on the LEDs. And if they still don't work, then I will go troubleshooting LEDs. Oh, wait. I almost forgot to do this part. The most important part. Oh, yes. One of these days, I will get this macro pad programmed to do things. And then I can just, boop, quick hit a button. Really should just use the ones that are already fucked up. No, the OLEDs pads are for the OLEDs. This is a non-reversible board, so you don't need to bridge the OLED pads because there's only one way you can install the OLED. The reason you have to do it on reversible boards is because it's backward if you flip it over. The firmware I have should have OLEDs enabled. And that will make it so without the OLEDs installed, typing won't work, but the LEDs should work. And by typing won't work, I mean it'll be really wiggly, really like laggy, weird kind of thing, but should be good enough for turning the LEDs on and off. Okay, pins. And I don't know why I didn't do it on this board. I've done it on most every other build I've done. Before I solder the bottom side, put the Pro Micro on there, tape it down, and use that for a line. I don't know why I didn't do that today. Just brain wasn't thinking about it, I guess. That would have made that whole process a lot easier. But oh well. Alright, we're in the home stretch here. Ooh, that is a good question. I don't know. Your best bet would probably be to ask in the Ferris channel on the Low Pro server. I don't know if there's another ferrous channel, but I know there's one there. And that reminds me, I have a ferrous to build at some point. But mine isn't a sweep compact. Mine is a bling. I um I think socketing controllers is a great idea. 90% of the keyboards that I build, I am not going to use enough that I even really care if I break the controller or something like that. Because 90% of the keyboards I build, I'm going to use for a couple of weeks, and there's going to be another keyboard. Or I've built it explicitly for content slash museum piece stuff. The main reason people say to socket microcontrollers is because Pro Micros, the USB ports, love to just break off. And the only way to fix that is by removing the entire controller, which is a lot harder to do when it's all soldered on. If I had that problem to deal with, I would just switch to use the other side as the primary until that one broke. And then I would probably just build another one or something. I don't know, whatever. But there are a couple ways you can mitigate that problem. One, magnetic tip USB things. Plug it in there once, the magnet goes in and out, whatever. Really handy. I highly recommend them anyways, just because they're handy. I have them in just about every keyboard that I have. They're good stuff. The other thing you can do is there's like apparently a way to put some glue on here to do it or whatever. I don't know. I don't bother. I tend to just not, like, if I had a really expensive keyboard or a really expensive controller, I might, or like one that was hard to replace or something like that. If I was building it for somebody else, I would socket it. But I just don't feel like it. I do recommend it though. I mean, it is definitely like a thing. Like, it's not like, for me, I don't recommend people use mil-max sockets for switches. Pretty much, period. I think the Kale sockets are better. I can see a case to be made for using mil-max sockets for a lot of reasons. In general, I'd say just solder your damn switches. There are not net.trs. I wouldn't want that anyways. I think they'd come off too easily. But the nice thing about TRS is you should be able to just make them yourself or something. But anyways, like, I don't recommend people using mil-max sockets for switches. But I'm ambivalent on whether or not you socket your controllers. That's entirely up to you. In general, I recommend it, but it's not something I'm like, no, you really should. But then I don't do it. It's just more like, you can if you want to, and there's no reason not to. And if you're new to this, or if you're using Pro Micros or whatever, like, you probably should. You know, whatever. I will say the one time that has burned me that I didn't socket my controller is with my Reviung 41, my MX one, because I really want it to be wireless now. But if you stick around, come back tomorrow, you'll see me build a wireless one. See how I worked that in? Okay. For grins, I'm going to plug this one in. Even though I'm 90% certain it's not going to work. I'm going to plug this one in. Yeah. I think it's just disabled. Either hard disabled in the firmware, but the make file doesn't look like that. Or something else. But yeah. I mean, it would make sense if this was hard disabled in the firmware, because I've built at least two corns with QMK since my MX corn, and none of them have LEDs. This is the only other LED corn that I've built. So it would make sense if it's hard disabled in the firmware, but I'm looking at the config file. It looks like it's there, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, my wireless, my LP Reviung is wireless, and it's awesome. Highly recommend. What was I doing? It's TRS and reset buttons. Thought I'd thrown the reset. I did. Oh, those bananas are working. Note to self. Next time, start with bananas down here. Just have them sitting right next to me. And when I get a little punchy, just okay, hang on. I'm gonna eat one of these bananas real quick. Because I don't know if y'all caught it when I said it earlier, but I've said I've been standing here for 4 hours. I mean, standing. This is a standing desk that I'm using. It's a sit stand. It's a motorized lift or whatever. But for some reason, I just prefer to work at it with a soldering iron, at least, in a standing position. It just feels much more comfortable for me. But means I've been standing for now 4.5 hours. Which, someone who works in retail or something like that, yeah, you're like, I do that every day. That's Tuesday. I get it. And I've done that. I worked at McDonald's when I was in high school. I've done a lot of standing, but that is not something I normally do. At least not in the past year. Banana timer for set for 180 minutes. You know, to be honest, I'd say banana timer set for every 60 minutes. Probably a good idea. Either banana timer or at least like, I don't smoke, but smoke break timer. Just kind of like, okay, I'm going to take a quick minute. I think I did the opposite of what I should have done. I started this stream with three big things of water down here, so I wouldn't have to leave the stream to go upstairs to refill my water bottle, when really I should have just been doing that's why would they send me this switch? I don't like this switch. Doesn't I used to have one. I got rid of it. I bought another one. I got rid of it. I change my leg positions a lot, so it's, and I'm kind of leaning against the desk. Like, I actually had to move the camera because I used to have the camera suspended from the ceiling, but that means that every time I touch the desk, you'd see the whole thing wobble because the desk is kind of wobbly. But now I have the camera actually mounted to the desk, and I'm wobbling the shit out of this, and you don't really see that. You can see a little bit, but I mean, it was like really bad before. And with a closer shot, it was that much more kind of nauseating. So I was like, okay, I really need to mount this to the desk. And it's been much better. Okay. So it may not data to the computer, but it should at least... Oh, wait. Should at least function as a keyboard. It does matter what type of solder. There are a lot of people who will say one solder versus another solder versus whatever. The biggest thing I would say you want to worry about, oh, it's not powered, is you want thin solder. Thinner, I would err on the side of thinner solder because you can shove more solder into it if you need to. But it's really hard to get like fat, thick solder like... It's really hard to get this kind of solder next to, a surface mount LED. So go with something little. This is, I don't even know what size, but it's like 1 or 1.5 millimeter. It's really thick solder. Don't use thick solder for keyboards. It's just too much of a pain. I like lead free, but there are also apparently different kinds of lead free. This stuff that I have has been treating me pretty well, to the point where I've been through a spool of it, and I since bought another one. The main thing is the selenium copper. No, that's not copper. Selenium silver copper. Whereas this is just shit, it says on here what it is. 98% tin, 2% silver. Like, I don't know what the composition is, but like, this stuff has worked great for me. So if you just want something to buy, grab this one. But there are a lot of people who will be like, no, you got to get lead solder because blah, 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 blah. And that's fine. I don't want to introduce any more lead into our trash system. then I have to. So I choose not to use leaded solder. But leaded solder is easier to work with, legitimately, because it just melts at a lower temperature. That's 90% of why. Okay. Is that the correct keybind? Oh, okay. Thank you, Ben. I screwed that one up. Uh, symbols left. Okay, no, this one. Uh, uh-oh. What just happened? Saul, you just subscribed. Thank you, Saul. I think that's the first time I've heard that happen. Sorry, I'm digging through my firmware to see. It's been a long time since I've used this. Oh, there's no RGB toggle. Oh yeah, there is. Oh. There we go. The RGB toggle is this one. Okay. Boom. Well, I okay. Okay. It's been a long day. Okay, so this one does work. The right hand. All of them. But I have a feeling that there's a reason this one doesn't. And it's still firmware. Because this should change mode and it's not. Like that should just be straight up different colors. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I am gonna rebuild the firmware. At least all of them on the right hand, which I believe is the one we were talking about when you said 2 and 1, whatever. So I win that one. uh, let's see. Let's turn off OLED. Okay. No, it's cool. Like I said, if since I'm the person who's doing the stuff, I have to vote or I have to bet on I get them all in one shot. That's just the rules of the game. So, and you know, given that they're LEDs, it's not unreasonable to expect that one of them is going to need some work. You know what? Just for grins, I'm pretty sure that one's fine. But if this fixes it, then we'll call it that that was one that required fixing. While I wait for my firmware to build. Okay, nope, that's still... Okay. Yeah, this USB hub is broken, I think. Either the hub is broken, or the cable, or the port that it's plugged into, or something. It's not working. Never mind. The USB hub works fine. I I may have unplugged it the other day to try to figure out why it wasn't working, and didn't plug it fucking back in because it's a powered hub. So plug in the power, and it gives power, but it wasn't hooked up to the computer. But the reason it wasn't turning on is because this side wasn't. Is like I'm not the primary. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. So that's funny. That is a, I just need to reset the EEPROM. Because I'm doing RGB toggle, not on or off. But yeah, all of the LEDs worked. Every single one of them. First try. Every single LED. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. All right, that means we are very much on the home stretch, and I am very much in a better mood than I was. So, yes, that is 54 LEDs, 100% perfect, both halves. Boom. All right, OLED time. Oh, I was looking for the other bag, and both OLEDs are in the same bag. No. I lost my completely irreplaceable header on the floor. Good thing I have like 1,000 of them. I don't think I'm actually going to put the reset switches on this. In large part because I don't like this. This is a surface mount reset switch, which, fine, that's great. But it's a through-hole spot for the reset switches. And it's just like, why would you do that? The reset switches that like little keyboard chips and stuff like that, you pop it in there and it snaps and it even holds itself in place while you solder. It's so easy. But these, no, I'm not going to do the reset switches. This is not happening. I don't need it. I mean, one, my firmware is pretty set at this point. Like, I don't need to change it too much. But also, like, I can just short it with tweezers or something if I need to. Like, it's fine. Yeah. Exactly. Better living through tape. Yeah, and I get that Board Source probably uses those on other boards because they have the right holes or whatever, but that's just, I don't know. I don't think those are the right reset switches to be using for this keyboard. So, that's just like my opinion, man. Okay, since that slides right in the middle there, I'm not going to bother taping the back. Now, Elite C and a Pro Micro are using the exact same controller chip. A Nice Nano does have a different controller chip, of course. um, and different firmware. So there are things that go into it. I think the type of polling versus interrupt, or there's a lot that goes into it. But at the very least, you can't the Elite C and the Pro Micro are effectively the same thing from a hardware perspective. The main difference is that the Pro Micro has the Elite C has a USB-C port on it. I could be wrong on that. I know they're running the same actual chip. So, all right. Now we've got our OLEDs on. Let's plug those in. Okay, we've got OLEDs too, and again, this is just because see, even the mode works. Oh no, wait, there. Okay. All right. That is all of the soldering. Hooray. That is all of the soldering. Now it's just time for assembly. Where's my switch puller? This'll do. Oh no, wait. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. There we go. All done. Thanks. More case parts. More case parts. Okay, so this is for the OLEDs. I'm going to put those covers on first because I always forget them and then I have to take everything apart again. Should try to do this on camera. So note, I'm not actually putting the cover on yet, just the standoffs for it. Because those get attached to the PCB, which means once the case is all put together, you can't really get to the underside of that. If only I had a knife. Ah, almost dropped it. Whoops. Okay. How's that blurry close-up of my fingernail? Okay. Ah, okay. Totally not crime reasons. Well, it's okay because I don't think I have any more devices that have. Well, no, I was gonna say I don't think I have any more devices with Touch ID, but that's wrong. My laptop still has Touch ID. Everything else is Face ID. But I don't really use my laptop anymore. Although I will say, last night I used it while I was sitting on the couch because I needed to. Oh, because the iPad Safari, like the YouTube scheduling stream scheduling interface doesn't work very well on the iPad in Safari. So I used the desktop browser, and I was doing it on my lap in the living room. And it's been a long time since I've done that because it's really not something I can do with my iPad, like type on my lap. And I kind of miss that. So I will say that like there's something to be said for having a laptop still. But for most things that I do, I get by just fine with just my iPad. No, I mean, there's definitely a noticeable difference in sound. I don't really care so much about that. More, I wanted a equivalent board to my MX Corne, but with chocks, just for fun. So this is it. This has all the LEDs, it has oleds, it has a case, all that fun stuff. I may even go crazy and put rubber baby buggy bumpers on it and have tenting. But I had forgotten about that until just now. So we'll see. I'm not going to do that as part of the stream, though. That'll be later. Okay. That is all the case put together. Now it's time for what everyone has been waiting for. Purple Rain. Okay. Come on. You know what? I'm going to do something different. I'm going to take the case, the bottom of the case off. Come on. Okay. This way I can really mash these together. Sorry, this part is hard to get on video because okay. Yeah, you could probably do shorter standoffs. Oh, so the reason for that on this one is because this is actually the MX case. Because the board source LP corne LP case is a aluminum milled aluminum case. So I could totally do shorter standoffs. Now that I don't have a loud ass fan on, I could turn the filter off on the mic. Then you can hear every little click. Every little... Do a little ASMR keyboard building here. Is that terrible? Should I not? I'm going to go one step crazier. Oh, no, it's fine. It's really more of like, if this is actually really annoying to listen to, I'm not trying to do an ASMR stream. I just figured, like, normally I have the noise suppression on because there's a lot of background noise because there's a fan 8 inches from the microphone. But since the fan is off now because I'm not soldering anymore, okay. This is actually kind of a pain. Okay. Really, Leah's the only one whose opinion I actually care about. And only barely. So, if Leah says it's good, fuck it. Okay, I'm going to do something different on the other side. I'm going to put all the switches in the plate first, because this is a pain in the ass. Don't go too awe on me. I said, and only just barely. I was mostly commenting on, like, I ask a room full of people their opinion, I hear one person, and I just go, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm really screwing this whole thing up, aren't I? Uh-oh. It's what you get when you use your freshly painted fingernails for prying as a pry bar. Oh, I know why I'm having so much trouble. This is like the second time I've ever used a plate for a Choc build. So I just don't know how to do it. That's what I do. Okay. That probably doesn't help anything, Jerry. Is it Jerry or Gary? Hard G or soft hard G or soft J? What's funny is I do have this is the actual Corne LP blue plates, which is thinner. I could have used that instead. When I take this apart, yeah, soon-ish, I hear. Locker, I hear soon-ish. When I take this apart to get the purpz out of it, I will swap out the plates. I didn't think about that. But this plate should work. It's got the same screw holes. Oh, that one fell apart. Scary as in GIF. Ha ha ha. I bet you've never used that one before, have you? Nice. And I don't feel like they're too light. This may be my like end game chalk switch. Well, for the moment anyways, until Daryl's switches come out. Or maybe Hairy Cave, like Spanish would say it. I want to say 25. Okay. Oh, duh, I just pulled it off of there. This is what I should have done last time, or on the left hand. Put all the switches into the plate first. I read that at first as alas. Jerry pronounced during college like Jerry, and I was like, wait a minute, what is it? Gerardo? I got really confused. I was like, I feel like Gerardo is pretty unambiguous. But then I noticed that you said alias, not alas. And so, yeah. Standoff height is a lot. I don't know. 8 millimeters? Something. It's really tall. Way taller than it needs to be for chalkboards. Whoop. Okay, that didn't work as well as I was hoping, but whatever. Yeah, I have no idea. This is the MX case. And I didn't even think about the standoff height or anything like that until starting to assemble it. Or even the plate thickness. But it's fine. It'll work. The what switch? Five hours and 30 minutes. Holy crap. I will say this is definitely at my upper bound of wanting to stream this long. Oh, okay. I think I probably have one of those on my Reviung LP. Well, I mean, split keyboard 100% speedrun, like, depends on what keyboard you're building. You know, I've built a Corne in like an hour and a half, but it didn't have any LEDs. It was all through holes, just like. All right, it's time for caps. It's actually, before I even do that, it's time for putting the rest of my clerps away. Any percent. No, this is just for me. Okay, before I start dealing with the caps, I'm going to refill my water. Okay, so on the website for Beekeeb website, there's a little diagram showing you how not to cut these off of the sprues. So I'm going to pull that up real quick so that I don't screw it up. Okay, that's not working again. Weird. Whatever. Yes, they are 3D printed nylon. I didn't print them. Well, no, this one's easy. If it's too frustrating, I throw the damn caps in the trash and use some of my MBKs. Okay, well, maybe it wasn't on the website. It came in the box. I can't find them. I thought I had just seen the little diagram, which is why I remembered it. All right, good night, Lorenzo. Thanks for dropping by. I know I've seen that diagram recently, but it's fine. There are a couple extras, so we're just going to do a little trial and error. So I know I can clip here and here. That's fine. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to clip along the side of these. Like 80-90% certain. Whoops. Oh, it does have a homing one. Okay. So okay, well, it doesn't go in very well there. Let me just look at an MBK before I throw them out. So we've got an MBK and we've got this. These stems are a lot longer than the MBKs. So I'm guessing that I can clip the... guessing that I can go under them, but the problem is the flush is on the wrong side. And getting under it this way... Because the problem with doing it from the sides is that it leaves enough of the material on the edges here that I have to like shave that off somehow. These are not cheaper than MBKs. These are like $60. They're expensive. But I wanted to try them because they're different things. C'est bon, ça marche, c'est d'accord. I don't even know if I pronounced that correctly. But c'est bon is like, are they good? Yeah, that's why I clipped. So there's like 2 extras on each hand because these are kind of meant for corn, but there's 1, 2, 3, and then there's 2 over here. I'm gonna say, I don't remember what the diagram said, but I'm going to say you want to get up under there with your flush cutters like this from the bottom. because that went in really nicely. It fits pretty snugly. I mean, it's going to come out a little bit, but it's in there pretty snugly. So that's how I'm going to do them. The biggest question I have with these is the texture, more than anything else. Okay, for a second I couldn't find this one. This one is the one that I clipped from vertically. No, I added click bars. So these are the, I modded Choc Robin click bars into purpz. I left the main spring alone. And this is kind of a test of, do I want to swap out the springs too? Because really, I want the dark gray housing, the purple stem, but I want robins. And I want the color scheme because they will match my Cornish Zen that I'm getting when it ships like next month or so. But when I was swapping everything out, I was like, well, maybe I'll just leave the purpz springs in there because, you know, light switches are all the rage right now. And I don't generally like light switches. Like, I've tried a couple and didn't like them, but I'm hoping that either the tactility that I get or just the added weight of the switches from the click bar will help with the problems, or I say problems that I've had, will help with the I didn't like them. So that's my hope. Worst comes worst, I take them all apart and I swap the Robin springs in. But these are the switches that will go on my Cornish Zen. They just might have different springs in them. these caps aren't necessarily, well, the caps won't be on the Zen because the Zen is Choc spaced. I just had them, and I have the Corne kit of them. And since I'm building a Corne, I'm like, well, might as well throw them on there. So here they are. They are an experiment. Oops. Yeah, that's what I plan to have on here eventually. All right. Let's get some bump-ons on here. Where'd my cable go? Not on the floor. There it is. So I don't have a wide enough shot to be able to get both halves in the shot, so I'm going to just put the right hand in, and we're going to do a quick typing test. Hooray! Okay. Let me see if I can't fix this. Nope. Okay. Well, you're not going to see. Middle top bump on goes over the secret inverted chalk sock. Oh, socket. I thought you said sock. I was like, chalk sock. What? Socket. Gotcha. Monkey type. here we go. Whoops. Off to a great start. Give this small few. Yeah, I'm not going to do all the covers on this. I've got the standoffs in there, but I don't know why this is a little wobbly. I'm going to ignore it. But yeah, there we go. That is the new board. Let's see, toggle. Oh, that's right. Before I do that even, I need to, before I call it good, I want to, yeah, I'm generally not a fan of clicky, but I need my tactile. I have to have my tactile. They're fine. It's a little weird because I've been using a Zaphod for the past 5 days or something like that. So the spacing is weird. So I'm not ready to call it yet, but so far I think they're good. I noticed that they feel less light. Less, I'm going to make a bunch of typos than like G-Chocks that I've used in the past. Okay, so we've got that. Let's kill the overhead lights and stuff. Okay, well that's weird. Why is it... The right side's not working now. Yeah, the right side's just totally dead. It's lit, it's on. WTF might. Oh. Oh, I see. I screwed up. My bad. That was my bad. I flashed, or I erased the EEPROM and then went to flash it, but I had accidentally hit another key, so the file name was wrong in QMK Toolbox. Damn it. Okay. Clear EEPROM. Flash. Whoops. Flash. Oh, look at that. Some of them are working, some of them aren't. So, I always do this. I always go, okay, you know, I'm done for the day, blah, blah, blah. It's been almost 6 hours. I'm done for the day. I will finish this. I am very pleased with how it turned out, even as is. But yeah, that hell of a marathon today. I am excited about these purpz caps, or these purpz switches. Really excited about them. And so far I don't hate the caps, although I've used them for all of like things. Let's see. So I have an MX Corne, I have a wireless Choc Corne, I have now a wired Choc Corne. I have a Choc Mini Corne, and I have a Choc V2 Corne. So I have 5 corns, I think. Yeah, 5 corns. And then corne-ish Zen is on its way, or not on its way. It's been ordered. It will arrive at the appointed time. But anyways, yes, I am tired. 6 hours. It's 90% of the way there. I'm calling it a day. And I will post pictures I'll post pictures and photos on the Low Pro Key File Discord when it's fully done. I'm excited about it. And I will let everyone know how I like the clicky purpz and whether or not I decide to mod the switches further and have heavy clicky purpz. But yeah, that's the build. I'm gonna go eat some food and play some Fallout 4. For y'all who have been here for a while, I know Ben has been here for a while. I know Lorenzo was here and gone and back, and Leah's been here. Just everybody who's been here. This has been an awesome stream. Been a lot of fun. Thanks for all of the interaction. You kept me going. If I looked over earlier and I'm like, well, there's one person, that's probably me. And I was like getting frustrated. I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna call it a day. But no, I had people to entertain. Damn it. So, anyways, cool. I am gonna take off. Thank you all again. And tomorrow I'm building basically I'm building this. But I'm going to build a wireless one without a case. So if you want to see a wireless Reviung MX without a case, get built tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific time. It has a single LED that I will be putting on there, not the 1,000 of them that this one has. And should go pretty quick. Should be like maybe 2.5 hour stream. So won't be nearly so long. So anyways, all right, I'm going to go. Quit rambling.